Call to order, Town Council meeting, March 21, 2024. Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Councilor Greathouse?
Here.
Councilor Steer?
Here.
Councilor Burlingame?
Here.
Councilor Arnold?
Here.
Councilor Worthy?
Here, please join us in the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, open forum for agenda items? Nobody. All right, I'd like to have a motion to move D to the front, please.
New business?
Yes. Page 9. Exemption to tax exemption ordinance, request by resident, discussion, interaction.
I make a motion to move new business D, exception to tax exemption ordinance, request by resident, discussion and interaction to the front of the agenda.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, exception to tax exemption ordinance, request by resident, discussion, interaction. I put this on, I got a phone call from a resident who wanted to come up and talk about, she moved out of town, came back, and the stipulation or the problem that she's in is we have, it's a 2-year if you move away and come back to get your over 65. And so she came back after 4 years, and I wanted her to come up in 3 years. So if you want to come up and state your name, your address.
Hello, my name's Marie Benoit, 35 Appleton Lane, North Situate, Rhode Island.
And why don't you just explain how you sold your house and
We bought our house in 2006 and stayed there approximately 10 years and 3 months, and we decided to downsize. Unfortunately, we went to a condo in Smithfield, but we couldn't come back to Gloucester. There was nothing available. COVID ended up hitting. We ended up coming back after 3 years instead of the 2. So right now, we've put 15 years of taxes into this house. So I'm talking to a neighbor one day, and he says to me, oh, after 5 years, he said, I got my discount. And I'm like, well, I'm gonna be 70. I've already put 15 years into Gloucester. So I feel like we should have an exemption. Even though it's a year over, that's not my fault.
what year did you move out of Gloucester? You said 10 years, so was that 2016?
Exactly. January.
And the first time the house was under your name,
It was, but my credit's not good. I'm not gonna lie to you. My credit's not good, so I put it under my husband's name.
the
That's-
second time.
Yeah, so it's
Yep.
under, but we both own it together.
And you moved back in 20,
2000, when did we move? 2000,
21?
what, to Gloucester?
back to Gloucester?
Oh, we've been here almost 5 years.
Okay. So 19-ish?
Yes,
You moved back in?
exactly.
Did you sell your house and then buy a different house in Gloucester?
We sold our house because it was too big, and we bought a small condo.
Yeah, and then you bought a different house in Gloucester
Yeah,
when you
yeah,
moved back.
right, right. Whatever was available at that time.
So I think really what we're talking about here is the, do we have the, what do you call it? Yep.
Click on the agenda item. The ordinance.
Yeah. Computer shut down.
So based upon our existing ordinance, when would you be eligible for a tax break?
As far as
Yeah.
age,
As far as,
Time, I think.
you know, as far as, I mean, we've got a long way to go before this kicks in if we go by our ordinance, correct?
I guess so. I don't know. I don't understand your question.
So
How
it-
long have you been back in town?
How long have I been back in town? 5 years.
So you'd have to wait another 5 years.
That was
Yeah.
my that was
Yeah.
essentially, that was my question.
Right, and that's why I'm here. I've already paid 15 years.
So is it 5 for both of them? Because if he's not on, or she's not on the tax roll, I think that's where this onion keeps peeling.
Well, no, it's time with.
Right, if you, it says
cons-
if you purchase your property as of August 2017, and occupancy of said residence, following non-ownership period not to exceed 2 years, said non-ownership period following 10 years of continuous, if they bought a house after 2017, they need to have 10 years of continuous ownership. If they bought it prior to 2017, it says 5 years,
Right,
But
I
it
bought
has
it in 2016.
and it both has that 2-year window.
I mean,
in there.
2006, I'm sorry.
But at the end of the ordinance, it says no exceptions shall be made regarding the time frame set forth above. So do we even have the authority to make the exception here, Dave?
Well, I was looking,
I'll give a little background on this
yeah,
because,
just hang on.
Great.
well, you go ahead, read that. This ordinance came up because there was one time and place where there were no exceptions. Once you left, that clock started again. Then we had a situation where a person came in, your dad was on the council at the time, and we actually made an exception. Understanding that people may move and they go, oh, we shouldn't have left Gloucester, we love Gloucester, so they come back. But you can't do it unlimited amount of time, right? So we chose 2 years. So that's kind of where that came in. That's, I think how this ordinance is read, I think that's
The intent.
how we got to it.
It was the intent to be strict on that 2-year
Yeah,
timeframe?
because I think I voted against it, but the 2 years, but I may not, I don't remember. I wasn't that thrilled about, once you said something, if you start giving exceptions, everybody's gonna be looking for one, so. That sometimes you have to, stick with things, and that's a big one, because you have a lot of people, I don't say a lot, you could have more people looking for that.
My big concern is just at the end of this ordinance says no exceptions.
You'd have to amend the ordinance. You couldn't just vote to make an exception. That's,
we
that's
have-
your question.
That is my question.
You cannot just vote to make exceptions. This is a tax ordinance. You have to make an amendment to the ordinance, have 2 public hearings, and 1 public hearing, 2 readings. This is an ordinance. You have to change the law,
So we'd have to change the law.
because it doesn't provide council authority to just vote for an exception. You don't have that authority. You can change the law, but you can't just vote without changing the law. Is that being clear?
Yes.
So, I mean, I'll go ahead and just say I'm sympathetic to the situation and I understand why you would wanna ask, but, speaking for me personally, I just don't think this is a road we can travel down. I think that the 2-year comeback was kind of built in for this case scenario, but if we start.
Well, we can't, we'd have to amend the law. so-
We'd have, to- I mean, we'd have, I mean, we'd be having requests like this, in my mind, dozens of times throughout the year, I think. And again, sympathetic to the situation, certainly understand, but, we do have some of the most generous exemptions for seniors in the state of Rhode Island, and that's where I am personally, regardless of whether or not we have the ability to amend anything or not tonight here, that's where I am. I would not,
We couldn't do anything tonight.
I wouldn't be in favor of amending it anyway, but, so that's my 2 cents.
I agree with you, Steve. I don't think we should change an ordinance that's already in place. I mean, it does give a 2-year time frame. I mean, when they made the ordinance, they they anticipated something like this coming up, because that's why they put in that we can't make exceptions.
So unfortunately, we can't make a decision today, but got a few more years ago.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Sorry.
All right, public hearing, new liquor license, continued for public hearing, November 16, 2023. One Class B V Limited, discussion interaction, A Night Farm LLC, Joseph Iacifano. DBA Night Farm Farmer's Omelet, 1 Snake Hill Road. The public hearing was opened on November 16, 2023. Continued to this meeting, the applicant at the time of the hearing was open, needed more time to fulfill his, the completion of his application and notify the abutters. The applicant has not completed the application process and the abutters have not been notified. Council can continue the application to another date if they choose.
Is he here tonight?
No, I believe he's in Florida. He hasn't been well, so I think that's why he's having trouble getting all of this done. He had a lot of abutters in this area, so it's gonna take a while for him.
Do we know if he's still in progress doing this?
We've been reaching out to him. We haven't heard from him in the last few weeks, but every once in a while I can get in touch with him. But he knows that this is coming up and that we were gonna ask the council to continue. My fear is that he comes back up to Rhode Island for the summer and now he can pursue everything, but he has to start all over with a new ad, new another $600. Typically, when you apply for a liquor license, you have a year to fulfill it anyway, so they give a little leeway for these businesses. So he just had a limited over there. It wasn't a, it was like the breakfast kind of brunch thing, so,
But he's still actively pursuing it.
yes.
So would a couple of months, would that be, if we were chose to,
But if you feel that's sufficient, I think it should be. I think he'll be coming home soon if he's able to come back.
I think that'd be the right thing to do.
so I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing to the first meeting of May. I don't know what date that is, but
May 2,
What is it, May 2?
yes.
to public hearing to May 2nd, 2024.
A second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. Gloucester Code of Ordinance, discussion interaction, Chapter 63, Canvassing Authority, bipartisan proposed amendment to add the app of 2 alternative members of Gloucester Board of Canvassers. Can I declare the public hearing open? So we have copies available to the public. This public hearing was advised in the Valley Breeze Observer the week of March 4th, 2024. The proposed amendment was introduced via first reading on February 15th, 2024. These are public copy, available. Clerk has worked with the solicitor, and the only change from the first reading document was proposed tonight is the term length. The solicitor has requested terms of office be the same for both regular members and alternatives, as state law only allows for Board of Canvassers to serve for 6 years. Anybody wishing to speak? All right, I'll declare the public hearing closed. Can I get a motion?
Motion to adopt the amendment to the Code of Ordinance, Chapter 63, Canvassing Authority, bipartisan, to add the appointment of 2 alternative members to serve for 6-year terms to the Gloucester Board of Canvassers. The amendment shall be effective upon passage date.
Will the clerk call a roll?
Before
Can we
you
do
do that,
second first?
before you do that, well, I guess there should be a second of that first.
Second.
Second, okay.
Just so the record's clear, the final version in front of the council tonight has been changed to make it in compliance with state law. So there has been a change from the first reading to tonight's reading. The reading, it's been posted, it's before you. Anybody has any comments, we can go over it, but the language in this revised amendment is, the final document is consistent with state law.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
Will the clerk call the roll?
Councilor Greathouse?
Aye.
Councilor Steer?
Aye.
Councilor Burlingame?
Aye.
Councilor Arnold?
Aye.
Councilor Worthing?
Aye, motion passed. Proposed easement, discussion interaction, Joanne, Lavin Good, the revocable trust for the purpose of installing the sanitary sewer line under the town road known as Lake Washington Drive at the request of the resident. Plat LW, which is lots 86 and 181. Declare the public hearing open. So the public hearing was advised in the Valley Breeze Observer of March 4th, 11th, and 18th. The proposed easement was brought before the town council in October 2023, and after discussion, there was a positive consensus to have the property owner submit all documents requested by and then approved by the solicitor for council approval. Welcome.
Thank you.
State
Mr.
your name
President,
for the record.
members of the council, David Ursillo, attorney in the state of Rhode Island, bar number 6620, with offices at 7 Waterman Avenue, North Providence, Rhode Island. I'm here tonight representing the applicant, Joanne Lavengood, in her capacity as the trustee of her revocable trust regarding the property at 370 Lake Washington Drive, Glocester, Rhode Island. Before you, you should have a survey plan that we submitted. This property, 370 Lake Washington, is actually consists of 2 lots. The first lot is plat LW86, and the second lot is plat LW181. Members of the council may recall this matter before you on November 2nd of last year when it was originally presented, and there were some issues or questions that the council had at that time. I do want to briefly go over everything again so that you're refreshed, because you guys have a lot of dockets since then. However, what this property is you see from the plan before you is lot 86 is a lot that is a buildable lot where a house can be put. Previously, I believe there was a house there that caught fire. Now, directly across the street on Lake Washington Drive is this very narrow strip of land, which is lot 181, I believe, according to the survey. The problem here is that you cannot put a septic system on lot 86 due to the wells in the area. However, because Ms. Lavengood owns this strip of land across the street, what's going to be proposed to DEM for an on-site wastewater treatment system is to put the treatment system on the narrow strip of land and run a pipe under the road to her house. You can see where the easement would be, which is the top left on your survey. North is straight ahead, so that would basically be your southeastern point of the lot, I believe. A surveyor could tell you the actual direction better than I could. All right. Therefore, the plan is simply to run this pipe under the road to connect the septic system. This project had, the on-site wastewater has not been presented to DEM yet, because with earlier conversations, DEM needs to know that there would be an easement or the right to run this pipe through the road, otherwise it cannot be approved. So this matter came before you asking for the town to provide an easement actually below the ground so that this pipe could be run. Since that first meeting, we've had conversations with your solicitor to develop an easement, which you should also have in your package that we presented, regarding the agreement that would be in place between the town and the applicant and any further owner of this lot in the future. And basically the easement is stating that she would be obligated to cut open this area, dig underneath, run the pipe, and then it's her obligation to restore that area back to the condition it was, which essentially is to repave that area that's paved, maybe another foot or so on each side to make sure it's correct. And at that point, the pipe would be underground. The intent is to run this pipe, it'll probably be somewhere between 4 and 5 feet below ground. The surveyor is also the septic designer, so he's here to explain any of the proposed aspects of the pipe. One of the concerns with the board was, should there be a sleeve in this pipe? Our designer states that that's okay, he could do that also. Essentially, once this pipe's on the ground, you're probably never gonna have another issue with it, because it's like anybody else's septic pipe. The easement that's in place addresses the town's concerns, which is one, that it has to be restored to the manner in which it was before the easement with the pipe was run on the ground. Second, if there is anything that the town needs to restore it to its way it was before the easement, our client will do it. And at that point, if she needs to do work in the future, it's her obligation to do it. all the responsibilities that the town has with respect to the road in general still remain, and that's also outlined in the easement, only because part of your agreement is what's called indemnification, where the town said, look, if she did something wrong, we're not gonna be responsible for it. She needs to step up and cover for us, which is fine. She's willing to do that, it's in your easement. But in exchange for that, we had to say, well, that's good, but if you do something wrong, or you're supposed to repave this road yourself, she shouldn't be responsible for repaving that section if the town's going to repave it, because there was an obligation of the town to do something that's general to the town's aspects with this road. That's all outlined in your easement. We tried to address all the items that we could. I have not spoken to your solicitor in a couple of weeks about it, so I don't know if there was a further comment, but he and I and my law partner had discussed it. We seemed pretty confident in what was there. We've also provided for you the description of the easement. It's only a 10-foot wide area. The actual area disturbance will probably be less than that, and we ask that this easement be granted. The one item that did come up that I would ask for the town's consideration is the town had discussed a bond in the meeting on November 2nd. And I would like the council to consider, if you do have to, if you do approve this project with this easement, not the project, just the easement, that you waive the actual bond, because this easement essentially addresses the concern that the council is gonna have, that if there's an issue, our client has to fix it. What a bond would do, and what I've seen in this town before, what a bond has to be a cash bond, I believe, under your planning regulations. So therefore, my client would have to come up with a cash amount to have the town hold in the event the town wants to do something because my client did it. What I would ask in exchange for that instead, is instead of asking her to put a bond, there's pretty much in the easement, the agreement that if the town says to the owner, you need to fix this because it's your problem, the owner doesn't, the town fixes it, and then they just lien the property. And then whenever that property goes to get sold or something else, that debt is on the property. It's been done before in other towns, not for an easement, but just, it comes up at times where a town has to take care of something because the owners can't. I'd ask for that exchange. Give the owner the opportunity to establish that it does not want to comply with what the town says. Then maybe we can revisit that issue for a bond. But in the meantime, there does not seem to be any issue yet that she's not gonna do that. And all we're doing is cut the road, repave it. DPW, if that's who you want there, or your engineer, to review what is being done that day, because I think it's only a day project to open up this area. They can be there and see what's being done to make sure it's okay. We ask for an approval. And if you have any questions for me, or the owner who's here, or our surveyor and septic designer, we're here to answer any questions.
I don't know if you're the right guy, but how long
I
would you?
am the right guy.
How long would you anticipate the road being disturbed, so to speak? And I know, obviously, the nature of this road, it's not, you can get out either way,
Right.
kind of thing.
We expect probably one day.
I would say half. And we'll be using Mr. I'll make it. For the record, my name is Mike Raimondi, Angelo Raimondi of Situate Surveys Incorporated, 410 Tyler Avenue, Coventry, Rhode Island. We've been present in this area for quite some time, the early 80s, I guess, 1980. You may know Mr. Gervasio and his whole family is excavators. He has all kinds of machinery, very experienced, and he's the one that's going to be contracted. He's done this many times before, putting utilities on the road, so he's very experienced. And he also makes the point that, you want to put a large enough conduit pipe underneath the thing, so if you have a leak in there, you don't have to redig the road. You just cut the pipe and pull it out the other side and push it through again. So that makes a lot of sense from an engineering or maintenance point of view. If you should decide to, I'm gonna say when you decide to grant this, I'll be a little positive, we still have to complete the application to RIDEM, both wetlands and ISDS, OWTS, as they call it now. So but they will not entertain reviewing it until we have this easement in here.
And the time to have the road closed in some fashion in that section.
He thought, I asked him that question, he says, couple hours. He says, if that. And one thing to make, on that narrow lot that the client owns, it's finished there if you drive by. It's already a parking lot. So he probably can do the road and they can drive through the parking lot to go around him. He finishes that section and doesn't, that gives a lot, it doubles the width of the road effectively. You know, even though it's not the road, but it is a parking lot there that everybody drives on, parks on, right, myself. So with that, I think I can't promise it, but I think it would be less than a couple of hours if shut down at all. And the good, other thing is that there's two entrances to that loop road, so no one's gonna be blocked in at any time. Something to keep in mind.
Thanks. Thank you.
Is
So-
there any other questions, Walton?
So you're saying that you could do this work, you dig up that trench, put the pipe in, fill it in, and then pave it in 2 hours?
I don't know about the paving, but they'll be travelable within 2 to 3 hours.
Well, we're talking,
The paving is something else, I don't know.
right, okay,
He probably has to subcontract that all night.
sure.
I don't know who the contractor is, so I can't speak to it.
Sure.
But it's still travelable, there'll be gravel over it.
Yeah,
Cars
yeah,
can still go over it
he'll get the gravel in real
until
quick.
it gets paved.
Those metal plates.
We won't, you know, thinking about that the existing parking lot that's on the other side there, you know, it may not be blocked at all, but I can't guarantee that, not, when you guarantee something, they're opening the door to, somebody's gonna find you wrong, so, but it's gonna be a quick operation with minimal time of road blockage.
So has any test pits done on either side of the road where
All,
you're
the
proposing to do that?
testing's all done, all soil evaluations are approved. Except
Well, I'm not worried about the soil evaluation, I'm worried about ledge, you know? So if you're going to disturb that area, we don't know what's under that road. I'm pretty much sure we don't know what's under there. That's probably the-
we,
So
we
if
don't
you
know
run
if-
into ledge there, what happens? Because
We've done test holes on
this
both sides
easement's
of the
pretty
road.
specific.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Go ahead, No, I'm sorry, I didn't, but I just wanted to say the easement's pretty specific, so in that particular location, you can't get through, what happens?
The probability of that is, I would say, close to zero, as we've done test holes on both sides of the road in the immediate area, 5 feet
There's
off the road.
no ledge
We went
underneath there.
down 10, 12 feet, he had his excavator.
That's fine,
there.
that's kind of why I asked at the beginning.
Yeah, we didn't hit any ledge,
Okay.
That's good.
so, but if somebody buried a car there 100 years ago, I don't know until we dig it.
Like I said, we don't know what's there.
I guess my question would be the bond issue. Is that something that's in our code? They have to have the bond?
I know, there might be a road bond provision, but I don't have it at the tip of my tongue. That's what he's referring to.
I was citing to the land development regulations
land
with a
development
subdivision that's approved, usually there's a bond required as part of
Right.
a subdivision.
Did we ask?
So,
No, but I think there was a discussion about the bond.
so to me, I mean, I don't know that I'd be comfortable with the backup plan being if the wheels, you know, if something didn't go according to plan, and the answer for the town is just put a lien on the house. That doesn't, you know, so, and I'd also like to help, and, you know, I've driven up there to see the site, and it seems like a very reasonable proposal. You know, have concerns with, is this opening up a new precedent? And, but I certainly have concerns, you know, I would, without a bond here, I would, or, you know, the cost of the project in escrow until it's complete and the town's satisfied and it comes back. There's gotta be,
I think the bond he was referring to would be if something went wrong after the fact and they didn't fix it, not when
Yeah.
they're doing it right now. I think right now it's all done, right? You would do it, it'd be complete.
Right.
And And the bond would be, in the future, something happens, it would be the surety that would be fixed. I think it's a little different than what
Yeah,
you're,
no, I
what
think,
you're asking.
yeah, you're right.
And I think we did have precedent, somebody was saying last time, I don't know if it was Tanyard Lane or Oil Mill Lane, that there is a lot of, we do have stuff running under those roads, I believe. I think that was asked and answered at the last.
I
one.
think that's because it's a shared,
Shared piece of property, yeah.
well, not a shared piece of property, but it's a shared, it's not ISDS now, was it OWTS, whatever it is?
On-site wastewater treatment.
Yeah, so, I think that's why.
It's a little bit different.
It's a little bit different, you have more than one house sharing.
Okay.
There's a pipe running under Joe Sweet.
Yeah, there is.
Not the septic.
Yeah, it's just a water drain.
Water drain.
I don't have any more questions.
I don't either, but I would not be in favor of waiving a bond. That's where I am on this. And I would also like to find a way to help, and I feel like the proposal is reasonable. That's where I'm at.
Well, what would the bond be set at, Steve?
I don't know, that's a really good question, right? So, and.
Is it $1,000?
Well,
$5,000?
it would certainly have to be for at least the cost of the project.
So that's
The-
usually,
that-
usually that would be part of it is, way it would work at a subdivision, which gets beyond the scope of what we need to do here, but essentially, the engineer is assessing the value of the project, and then there's a bond placed. The value of this work to just get this road back, I don't know what it is, but we know if Gervasio's doing it, he's gonna tell us exactly
Yeah.
what it is, and you'll know. I just don't know if my client has
And,
the ability for a cash bond. You'd probably have to go out to try to find a surety bond and just, qualify to pay that premium.
Well,
yeah, and that,
It gets a little complicated.
well, yeah, and by no means am I a bond expert, so I would defer to you, David, and, about the actual mechanics of it, but a surety is another thing, which is a lot cheaper than a cash, it's insurance, basically.
I
So-
don't think,
I think there's two issues, Mr. VP. One is, I don't believe it needs to be a cash bond, that's number one. You certainly can take surety or an insurance bond. Insurance. So this is not a major subdivision that's gonna take multiple years. So really you want theoretically a performance bond during construction, a construction bond. That's a short-term bond for that 2 days of construction and confirming that the road is back in the condition that it is now, and that gets certified by your DPW director, because the way this is drafted, it's subject to his approval and inspection. And then that bond would be released, because now the road's back. and it's not-
A performance bond, is
A
that?
construction bond.
Construction bond.
And then the question is, what you're really talking about is, kind of a repair bond, if you will, I think, if something were to go wrong. Then, that's a surety bond if something's going wrong. And I think you'd have to rely on your DPW director or the engineer or some sort of peer engineer to determine what would it cost to fix it if something went wrong. These kinds of things, we don't do them here much, but this happens all over big cities with National Grid with the gas, and water and sewer. So these digging up roads and putting in not necessarily sewer pipes for OWTS don't exist, but sewer pipes and gas pipes and electrical conduits. That's happening all over the state under road construction, with private companies, excavating a city or town, road. So it's really about putting the road back to its condition, and then the real question is, maybe there could be a determination, if necessary, if there needs to be any potential, repair bond.
Is that something we could have Gary kind of look at after the
I don't know if
construction's complete? or-
I don't want to speak for Gary. I
No.
think he would have to tell us if that's something he feels comfortable doing. I don't know if he hate to call him on the spot, but
I'll call him.
As long as they backfill a road with good material and compact it, the actual asphalt for 10 by 20 costs $304 per 3 inches thick. So we're not
We're not
talking
talking
about.
tens of thousands of dollars.
No, but you can't throw all the junk back in the road, drive over it with a truck and then pave it, because it's not gonna work. So if you backfill the road section with good material, compact it, and pave it, you shouldn't have a problem there.
Thank you.
Thank you. But it's not a big dollar amount then.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, sir.
My estimation is that for the installation of this crossing, you know, digging the trench, you put sand at the bottom to make a nice soft pad for the pipe that we put in there, probably a 4-inch, schedule 40, whatever. Put sand on top of it to prevent any backfill rocks from cracking anything. He's not even gonna install the wires at that point, because he's gonna have open ends on either side. We're talking with Chet, a half day. If it takes that, I'd be surprised. It'll be done. And he'll compact it as he goes, as he backfills. I see him do it, taps it with his bucket. These guys are artists with those machines, you know. I let my daughter do soil evaluations right next to him, and I feel very comfortable, you know, he's good. Other people, I wouldn't get within 50 feet of him on a machine.
So
I've only been working with him, I worked with his father.
we're still not talking it's not a large dollar amount for this job.
And I'm gonna say, put in a day's work plus materials.
Okay.
Yeah, with respect to the road aspect.
That's what I'm talking about, yes.
Yeah,
The road aspect, I'm not talking about
$1,000.
I'm not talking about running the line and
That's
everything.
not our-
Just the road aspect.
Right.
So again, Steve,
I don't know, do not know how he's gonna handle the asphalt end of it. I'm not privy to that, but the actual installation and getting back up to grade where it's drivable, that's gonna happen very quick.
Asphalt's $500 for that section. My client also said she's willing to take a recommendation from the town as to a paver that the town has used for asphalt. And she would consider using that specific contractor for the asphalt.
Sure.
To keep everyone comfortable that she's willing to do that as opposed to her hiring me.
Thank you. So, I guess getting back to Stephen, I mean, probably talking a couple $1,000.
I think the proposal's reasonable,
Yeah.
certainly like to help. I don't see a lot of traffic disruption and this and that, I just wanna make sure that we have more of a plan, we have some sort of just-in-case plan, and certainly the excavator that you're using has got a great reputation. You know, you know, you guys have done a ton of work to get to this point.
again, I think the cost of the project and it's not a high dollar amount, so you a bond for $1,000, I mean, I don't, I think,
Right,
I
that's-
think I'd be fine without that.
I think I was, sort of had the idea, well, a couple things I was kind of focused on, I mean, a septic's like this is probably 50 grand, you know.
But that's nothing to do
But
with.
that is nothing,
to do with
that's
us.
you know,
Irrelevant.
completely irrelevant here, so
I'm in favor of it, especially with the homeowner being responsible for any repairs that may have to be done in the future.
And that's in the easement.
Right.
If it's something she has to take care of, if she had to go in there and fix that pipe, or whatever owner it is, they have to take care of it.
I'm also in favor, and David, you went through the easement, correct?
I actually drafted most of it. and
Okay.
I put in every provision that the council raised at the previous meeting. Public safety, control by DPW, liability, indemnification, obviously restoring, lack of, the minimal disruption,
Looked like an
and
awful lot of
also-
stuff in these.
And also, and also conditions under which it would be terminated. If they were ever to,
Yep.
not maintain common ownership, it would be terminated unless the new owner on the adjoining strip granted a perpetual easement to the parcel that
Yep.
needs it. So all the things so that you're not in the middle of a fight between two property owners.
Right.
If we don't have, if that agreement between those two lots do not remain intact, then your easement is gone, and you don't have to worry about it. Now, they're not gonna let that happen, but I'm just trying to give you assurance that you're not gonna be in the middle of a dispute between parcel A and parcel B. That's really my concern. And obviously, as Councilman Steer pointed out, if they were fortunate enough to have these two properties contiguous, then they would have been merged, and this issue wouldn't have been even necessary. So I'm satisfied from a legal perspective that you're as protected as you can, and if you notice, the proposed motion includes that it's subject to review by the TRC,
Right.
subject to review by, and sign off by DPW, and final review by me, but I'm virtually there. I'd be fine there now unless one of either TRC or DPW were to come up with an objection. I would be recommending the president execute it, assuming the council supports it.
Yeah, I'm in favor of this also.
Mr. President, there was two items. One was in the easement, I just noticed we didn't write, for the town of Glocester, we didn't say grantor afterwards. We just have to amend the easement to say grantor. And as your town clerk had informed me, the best practice here would be to record this plan with the easement. So that, as she said, when we're not here any longer and people wanna know where that pipe is or where the easement is, instead of trying to go to the planning department to find it through the property address, it'll be on record with the easement. It'll be easy for anyone to find where the easement is, where the pipe is supposed to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
To that end, if I may, we intentionally placed it right at the corner of the lot, so that's already bounded with Ryan Rod as a point of beginning for a description of the easement itself. So recording it will just cement that right down so everybody will know in the future where that easement is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Public hearing, I don't know if anybody's here to talk about it from the public.
Nobody from the public.
Well, sounds like I'm differing from the rest of the council here, but, yeah. I have to say I'm against it, and the reason is, it's not this specific. They put a lot of work and thought into making this happen, but I'm looking at the bigger picture, the rest of the town. There's a lot of other areas that this could happen, and I know that was brought up, we have another area that has that, but it's a different situation. As a situation where they have a shared OWTS for a bunch of houses in a really compact area. This is an individual one, this could open up other opportunities for us to have to deal with, so that's why I'm against this particular proposal, so.
All conversation done? All right, we'll declare the public hearing closed. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve and authorize the town council president to sign a utility easement under Lake Washington Drive, approximate location plat LW lots 86 and 181 for the purpose of installing a sanitary sewer line for the property owner's use under Lake Washington Drive. The granting of this easement is contingent upon, one, the approval of the Glocester Technical Review Committee, to include the Director of Public Works approval of the survey entitled Boundary Survey of Land of the Joanne K. Lavengood Revocable Trust, Assessors Plat LW, lots 86 and 181, 370 Lake Washington Drive, Gloucester. Scale 1 inch to 30 feet. Date June 6, 2023. Revision date November 20th, 2023. Project number SS2529.02. Drawing number SS5053, drawn by J.D. Raimondi. Sheet 1 of 1 inches. 2. Town solicitor approval documents. 3. Signing by town council president of said utility easement. And 4, recording of said survey as described above, and utility easement in the land evidence records of the town of Gloucester.
Okay, second?
Second.
Will the clerk call the roll?
Counselor Greathouse?
Aye.
Counselor Steer?
Nay.
Counselor Burlingame?
Aye.
Counselor Arnold?
Aye.
Counselor Worthy?
Aye. Motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Consent items, discussion, interaction, approval of town council minutes. Regular meeting of February 15th, special meeting of March 6th, regular meeting of March 7th, 2024. Tax assessors additions and abatements, February 2024. Interim finance director's report, February 2024. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve the town council minutes of February 15th, March 6th, and March 7th, 2024. To approve the tax assessors additions and abatements for February 2024. No additions to the 2023 tax rolls. Abatements to the 2021 tax roll in the amount of $3,127.79, and the 2020 tax roll in the amount of $3,090.48, and the 2019 tax roll in the amount of $3,617.88, and the 2018 tax roll in the amount of $3,369.40. And to accept the interim finance director's report for February 2024.
Okay, a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. Unfinished business, consideration of observation of Juneteenth holiday, 6/19/2024, discussion interaction. Last meeting, town council received a memo from the acting HR director explaining the new law which designated this holiday as a state holiday. Council needs to determine if the holiday is to be added to the employees' holiday. Discussion.
There's a couple of things we have to think about here. I think one is how would we pay employees, right? So if we were to not make this a day off with pay, employees would be working that day. However, they would have to be paid at time and a half. Versus if they had the day off, they would be paid at their regular time for that time off. So that's one thing to think about in this discussion.
So if we add a holiday, is there another holiday we're observing now that we can remove?
I suppose you could, but you'd probably have to do that through union negotiations. with
That's-
all unions.
That's the other thing. That's, we've got, 4 bargaining units, right? So what does this do to, what does that look like, because everybody's got a different contract. So would this be so I guess is this, union, non-union, everybody, regardless of what their union contracts say?
I think it would be everybody, but we could go to the unions to get a memorandum of agreement or understanding on it until the next contract. Right, David?
Correct.
What's the timeline on that?
We contact the union, we come
Each
to an
one,
agreement.
yeah.
Each union, each have to come to an agreement with.
You have a memo from HR.
Yeah.
Probably explained it to you last week.
So, the choice comes down to observing the holiday, paying straight time, or keeping the town facilities open and paying time and a half. That's kind of what it is.
Ultimately.
Ultimately, I'm sure no union is gonna have a problem with this, so that's really that's the bottom line. It's we're open and paying time and a half, or we're closed and we're paying straight time. I think that's what it boils down to, essentially.
I think so.
Is the straight
This
time?
is,
But we would have to still bargain with the unions no matter what. Like, we can't just do it without, we have to bargain with the unions. At least bargain to give it to, we still have to bargain to give it to them, but we
Right.
can't just do it.
Well, because hypothetically, one of the unions could say, well, no, we want to work and get paid time and a half. I'm not saying that would happen, I'm just saying that's a hypothetical.
Right.
Well, again, if the town decides the policy whether you're gonna be open or closed on a state holiday, the union can't decide they wanna work and get time and a half. You decide whether you're open or closed,
period.
period. But if you're open, then you have to pay time and a half. It's not, they can't say, no, I wanna come in and work, make it time and a half. They can't tell you to be open, you're the employer.
But we currently pay time and a half, correct?
No,
No?
right now, it's just been made a state holiday.
Okay.
Since last June,
Well, it's federal
Well,
since
it-
last June.
Right,
Now
it's
it's
just,
state.
now it's state, and
It's
under state
as
law,
of this year.
if you're open on. state
2024,
hol-
this is,
You're open on the state
yeah,
holiday,
new
you have to
state
pay
holiday.
time and a half.
Right.
So that's the question, it's not, the union can't decide to make you stay open and
Okay.
they can't do that. You gotta decide whether you're open or closed, but the repercussions of that are economic.
So out of that half day that we'd have to pay more, do we know what financial that is?
Do
Like
you
what
know
our
how
pay,
much it is?
what our
I
daily?
don't know, I do not know what it costs you for your employees for a day of
Yeah.
work.
But, right, so does that half a day compare to what you're gonna have to either give or add to the unions?
It's a full day, it's a holiday.
No, I understand that, but
Time and a half, you're talking about the.
The half.
Yeah, the half.
like, what's the
Yeah,
monetary
probably.
number to
I
that?
mean, it's probably
Probably quite a bit.
Well, I mean, ultimately, we want
a
to,
couple $1,000s, maybe.
ultimately, we want to lessen the impact on the taxpayer, first of all. One thing that we'd be looking at,
I
and,
think
you
it
know,
would
as
be
far
good
as
to give them
town
a day
services
off.
go, I mean, you know, it's outlined in 11, there's no real financial impact in the respect that revenue, it's not like we're a business, right? Where people would be coming in, we would lose that revenue for the day, you know, so.
Right, we just shut the dump
we
down
just-
today.
You know, and they're
Police
closed
are still
Monday
gonna work
anyway.
anyway.
Well, if it's a Monday, yeah.
Right. So I guess the cost probably isn't a whole lot.
What about on the other side, on the union side of the negotiation for another day?
They would just take another day. I mean, yeah,
But
you give them a day, they're gonna say, thank you.
Right.
like David said, if we decide that they have to do it.
Yeah. But again, if you're giving them a day off,
Yeah.
they're happy.
I'm in favor of giving them the day.
The other day.
Everyone can use an extra day's vacation.
Right, and afterwards, if we do it, then we just have to get them a memorandum with the. But again, I can't see, like David said, I can't see any of them fighting it.
Okay.
All right, I don't have any more to.
Neither do I.
Do we need to vote on it, or?
I'll make a motion to authorize the acting HR director to update the employee handbook holidays with the addition of Juneteenth National Freedom Day, effective immediately as a paid holiday for all eligible employees. Said HR director shall be authorized to inform each of the town employee unions of the addition of a paid holiday and invite said unions to contact the HR director if they had any opposition and or questions. And addendums to union contracts shall be forwarded to union reps for signature and inclusion in current school contracts.
Need a second?
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, political signs campaign, discussion or action. There's information in the council's packet regarding political signs.
Well, we go,
So,
oh, go ahead, Steve.
well, I was gonna say, you know, on this one, I'm certainly in favor of having some sort of, framework for this, and I have not spent any time on this since the last meeting in the last 2 weeks. But I do think we should have some sort of policy, if you will. But I don't have anything new to bring to the table on this one tonight.
I agree that we should have something, especially for new people who are running, they just don't know, right? So if we have something as a guideline for anybody who's running for elected office, because, I'm not a big fan of signs. I do it because everybody else does, right? So, but maybe we come back at the next meeting, the meeting after, and we can cobble something together. I know we have this information here, but like Steve said, there's other things I've been focused on with the town, so this wasn't my highest priority right now, because we do have a little bit of time.
I could take all of this and do a draft for you to mark up if you want.
That would be
Okay.
great. Yeah.
Thank you.
Everybody has
Oh.
8 signs. Put them where you
No
need them.
nose on that.
No, giant billboards, neon lights, planes,
Drones.
planes for streamers.
All right, so,
Okay.
a motion to table, do we need that, or?
Yep.
Okay. I'll make a motion to table the discussion regarding political and campaign signs to the meeting of April 19th?
Sounds great.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Police station renovation replacement updates, discussion, interaction.
April 18th, just for the record, by the way. It's an April 18th.
So moved.
Second.
I have nothing to add here. Unless agenda, no.
For the police station?
What I would suggest is, whatever we're gonna do, we need to make a decision soon. And what might be prudent is if anybody has any questions in their mind, I need to have this answered, whatever that is. Let's get those questions to who they need to be ASAP. Then we can get that answered for you, so you can make a decision, whoever that decision is, but we need to do it soon. We're running out of time on grants, we're running out of time on, if we choose to do something, to get it to our legislative partners, for them to be able to do what they need to do, if that's what's chosen. And, we have a lot of information already. So, whatever it is we're gonna do, we need to make that decision, hopefully next meeting. I know that, Mr. Gliosi was able to work with our financial person, and we gotta pay the electric bill, I guess, I don't know, but, to be able to get, some information on what an impact of a possible bond would be, the financial impact. So, I think he's gonna be available possibly next week. So maybe we have a special meeting to meet with that person, to answer any questions we have, and he can explain it in more detail other than just a spreadsheet, so.
It's like Wednesday, maybe?
That's, yeah, well, I mean, that's the last big key, I think, of all the information gathering here. I also think that we have to make a decision of what the voters will have a choice to vote for.
Yeah.
What goes on the ballot, and we're up against it, and we don't wanna lose anyone else's money that's gonna help us here,
Yeah.
so.
So, well, first is, do we wanna have a meeting with the financial person next week? I think Wednesday would actually work for me. Then we
Work for
can
me.
Contact them to see if that would
27th.
work.
What time?
Mr. Massaroni indicated he was away this week. He got this information into you, but he'd be available for a special meeting next week.
Wednesday would work?
He gave the impression that he would be available, so. We'd have to confirm that, but, I mean, what I would do is, I would log it in, and then we'd contact him, make sure.
I'm available next Wednesday.
Next one.
Unavailable.
Next Wednesday, 6 o'clock?
Yeah, 6 p.m., not too late.
Not too late. So just to be very clear, we got some numbers, some pre-numbers on what this will look like as far as a financial burden on everybody, and you'll be surprised how little it is between a remodel and a brand new.
24th.
I highly recommend coming next Wednesday, because anybody who has any information, we can give it all at that meeting. What do you think?
6 o'clock? Yeah, even.
6 o'clock.
Hold on.
Hawaii time?
No, wait a minute. This is Wednesday, March 27th. Yes.
What does that mean, Steve?
Means I should be looking at my calendar in March and not April. Okay,
That's
it's
good?
fine, I'll make it
Everybody's
work,
good?
I'll make it work.
All right, can we make a motion?
Make a motion to have a special meeting.
Oh, can you hold on one second?
Sure.
I wanna, can we do a, one of those texts to let everybody know to be here next Wednesday? Code red.
Do we?
I mean, we're trying to get everybody who has any questions about this.
We can, I mean, but this is just, this is
This is not a public
This is-
hearing.
Not a public hearing.
it's not a public hearing, people can come, it's a public meeting.
Correct.
It's not a public hearing.
Correct.
And this is specifically just for that,
The
he can
financials.
explain the financial.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's a public hearing.
But I think once we hear the financial impact and people weigh in on new versus, redesigned.
Right, you had said that once you made your decision, that you start having public hearings, so that you could answer all the questions.
Right. But we gotta get there. I just don't wanna like have it and all of a sudden, everything blown up after.
Whatever direction we go in, we will have public hearings afterwards to
Right.
answer any
But it'd
questions.
be nice to have a little more public input prior to us deciding which way to go.
That's what I feel. I just felt like if we were gonna make a motion, that should probably be in there, right?
What, code red?
My only concern is,
It's advertising.
my only concern is, Mr. Massaroni has, when I sent out a code red, he hasn't committed to Wednesday, and he's
Oh,
away
right.
for the rest of this week, so.
Right.
He said, he didn't commit to a date next week, he said, if I need to come, let me know, and I should be available the following week. I didn't give him a date and time, this is the first anybody mentioned to me about a meeting.
Does the code red need a motion to?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
But I just don't want you to start texting people.
So we
before
can
know
wait
it's
until we
coming.
know for sure, and then we can ask Jeannie to do
You
it.
don't wanna inconvenience people.
That's fine.
Okay,
Sorry, Steve.
continue.
I'll make a motion to have a special meeting on March 27th at 6 o'clock regarding the police station renovation or replacement update.
Okay, second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I did have a question, I don't know, if Jerry or Captain or both. I know that we've been waiting to hear anything about the grant that we applied for from the state. Has there been any
Middle of March, middle of
We were
March.
told the middle of March, and as the state rolls, we haven't heard anything.
Well, I'm getting nervous because I'm hoping it doesn't roll into the Washington Bridge project.
Yeah, well, they could be holding back. It is their opera money, so, but they have put it out, and I think there would be quite yeah, from, the other
Yeah.
communities that also put in for it. I would also like to say that I understand about the public hearings and this and that, and the other gentleman's schedule, but we are past the line where we should be one way or the other. I get calls every week from FEMA saying, did the town make a decision? Because they want to do something with the money. They want to either transfer it to the town or put it somewhere else. I do not want to lose that. I think that if you go past
Are we
There's
safe
no-
on it for April
If
4th?
you go past the April 4th meeting,
We're in
we're gonna be
jeopardy.
way behind,
Okay.
way behind.
Do you-
We are already behind. Because the money has to be spent within a certain amount of time. And yes, we can push that money to spend it at the beginning of the project, but think about how long it's gonna take from you make a decision, finalize any plans, you put stuff out to bid, you know, it's almost a year before there's a shovel in the ground.
Right.
Yeah, we gotta get the.
Well, the voters have to approve to even make any of
And
it
the
happen.
bond, right, you have to put the bond up for a vote,
Yeah,
so,
I think it's tough to let the FEMA push a project that, you know, Gloucester residents are gonna be 100% invested into. I understand the time frame, but like, without them to get on board with the project, then, you know, cause if they say no new building,
Well, that's,
no, that's not a, that's,
oh, we talking for your,
talking about the $1 million.
The
not-
million.
not-
The million
the other-
up to
The other
five.
money is a state money, that's not
Right.
federal money.
right,
The million and the 500,000, which we could probably spend anyway, because that goes for
Right.
the police department and the dispatch center. But the $1 million, that's not put in place, the timeframe to spend it was not put in place by FEMA.
Right.
That was put in place by Congress.
no, right,
So they know that there are two separate plans out there.
Right.
They just wanna see something going forward, so they can plan what they're gonna do with this money.
Right.
And start.
So they wanna know what our intent is gonna be.
They haven't given us a grant approval letter yet, which we need to, in our greedy little hands,
oh,
to say,
no.
we have the money.
Yeah,
Because right now, the money's in Washington or wherever it is. So that's why, I mean, I'm not trying to,
Jerry, we've been talking,
Push. I'm
we've
not
been,
trying
we've
to-
been talking about this for a long
Yeah.
time. So, you know, your point is very well taken. There's no, you know, been talking, this has been talked about since before, you know, before I was on this council. It's been years. So, I think, do you sleep well at night if you know whatever winds up on the ballot for the voters to decide upon? If whatever winds up on the ballot, if that decision is made on April 4th,
yeah.
which is our next meeting, you know, we have a special meeting in the middle. We gotta, you know, we gotta pick a direction and then put it in the voters' hands, real simple. But I mean, this
So
is,
we'll make a decision April 4th.
that's, I think,
That's,
Okay.
that is,
I'm not trying to.
no, look, you're doing your job and appreciate it because
you
you
got a
don't wanna.
pot of
wait.
money right here,
Right.
and we gotta figure out.
So,
how to get it.
and, I mean, we've done so much diligence here, so, anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That doesn't need a motion, right? You're good on that? All right, D, disposition of memorandum of agreements relative to certain maintenance and clerical services related to school maintenance for the Gloucester School Department. Council has two memorandums with union groups. If agreements are no longer needed, council may want to terminate the agreements and notify each union. Between DPW and Age, the union Town of Gloucester, approved by Town of Gloucester on 1/18/2024, discussion interaction.
So this is regards to the grounds supervisor and the maintenance of the schools. Gary Grass took a job as the assistant facilities director up at the region. So the position that he held was the one that we were using to help with the elementary schools. They voted last night or the other night?
Last Tuesday
Last
night,
Tuesday,
the
so
school
they
committee
to
voted.
Go back to the old agreement where they would do a cost share with the region. So it's not gonna be necessary to have our town employee do that anymore, as they're gonna be doing the cost share. Kinda sums it up.
Reader's Digest version.
Yep, you can expand on it if you want, Steve.
I'll make a motion to terminate the memorandum of agreement between the town of Gloucester and DPW Union Nage, which was adopted to provide certain maintenance and supervisory services to the Gloucester School Department to be done by building and ground supervisor, a position in the Nage bargaining unit. Said agreement was authorized for signature by the town council on January 18th, 2024.
A second?
Second.
Second, but Gary has a question.
Okay, with that, who's taking care of the town schools?
The region will be, well,
When's this happening?
so, as far as I know, the elementary school, the school committee voted on that, so they're responsible to take care of it. I would think effective immediately.
Well, we can't think because there's day-to-day stuff
This
that's
is-
still happening that
They're
we're
still
taking
calling
care
us.
of. So I need to know who's doing it, is the agreement all set, is the cost share all set, is everybody happy that I can call somebody at the region and say, this is broke?
Well, here's the problem.
They voted on it, so it's not our,
Well, the issue, and I wish our superintendent was here, and we, we thought this was clarified last week. It clearly wasn't. You've been busy taking care of our elementary schools since then.
Since Gary Grass.
We didn't know that you were, we, through our communication, find out that this is still going on.
I thought effective, I had a discussion with Beth a
Correct.
couple weeks ago, and she was like,
Correct. And
until we vote, I assume that they would
Correct.
take care of it, but if they voted, they should have already.
Correct, and the superintendent at that time, last Wednesday morning, should have informed the two elementary schools, the changes, and where to go. We
That
had,
wasn't done?
well,
No, they're still calling us.
they continue to call us, and once
Who's
again,
they? Is it the principals?
The
Is it?
schools.
The-
If something's the matter with the lights, they call DPW. When the,
So I
water
guess we
tests
need to
come in
email
from
Pat and the
From the
principals.
Department of Health, that stuff has to be all posted. This is stuff that has to happen. Gary Grass was the water guy. Now it's been dumped into Beth's lap, because somebody has to do that. That has to be sent out to the parents. All of that stuff has to continue to happen all the time. We can't have a lapse in that stuff.
my last correspondence did you have a chance to speak with our superintendent today? Did she reach out to you? Let me just pull up my last correspondence as of today. As of 1:45 today, from our superintendent, she said, I let both schools know not to call the DPW. Thank you for the information. That was it. My reply to her was, we would love to understand what you're doing between now and whatever it is, between now and the regional school committee adopting this, whatnot. I have no reply. As of this afternoon, she said the schools know not to call you guys.
I was at West Gloucester today at 2:00 with Beth, putting a letter together to send to the parents about the last water tests and posting all the results on the board. So I was there with Nancy Zamorano, and she never said a word to me about anything.
I was also under the impression that you and the superintendent spoke today.
Negative. So, Beth continues to do what we need to do to keep things running. But if you're gonna get rid of this, then everything will stop tomorrow morning. And I don't care who they call, but it will be me or my department.
And that's the way it should have been going back to last Wednesday morning, and that clearly has not happened.
It's not happening. So if you wanna take some time before we do this stuff, then that's fine with me. You tell me to continue to keep moving forward like we are to keep things running, that's fine with me. But this needs to get straightened out.
Well, I guess we remove the Gary one, and we keep Beth on there until we,
That's the only thing I can think of,
Right.
but I will say this,
I think
we,
so.
we're gonna need a meeting. Because there's a,
I'll continue to do it, to
You
keep
know,
things
I-
moving,
I-
it's just that, you gotta talk to somebody.
yeah,
Well, we do it to
so.
a date certain, because
the-
I would be okay letting Beth handle those things until next Friday, the latest.
Fine with me, you just,
I
I
know, I'm
just
just
need to know there's
saying
a
that
resolution to this.
The issue is,
Well, I understand, there's other issues.
Lack of communication.
Why don't you put it on Wednesday's calendar?
we have to do what we have to do for the elementary schools right now.
It's fine.
You know, I just made, the motion was just for Gary Grass's former
Right.
position, correct?
I still have someone that's handling those things. At the two elementary schools, when there's a problem, somebody has to go there and fix it.
When's their next meeting?
The region?
Well,
Well, it's,
it's Tuesday, but I mean, when's the next one?
right, but we don't have that person in Gary's position, right? He's not.
correct, except
No,
Beth
he's-
is absorbing,
Beth is taking care of all the clerical stuff and all those.
So I think maybe we
someplace-
don't terminate the Beth memorandum right now, but we terminate Gary Grass's.
right, which we just did, but
Yeah.
however, it is, okay, so Beth's doing some of her things, okay? But when the pipe bursts, you know, in the lavatory,
We were there today fixing a leak. We were there the other day working on some lights. You know, there's things that happen every day that need to be handled. So somebody has to go there. I can't call a contractor in
Right.
and try to get them there
And
in
it's
5
really,
minutes to take care of something. It
it's
doesn't
really not
happen.
on you to do that.
I
Well,
got
You're
it.
doing it because it's the right thing to do
It's
to
the
make
right
things.
thing to do, so if you don't want me to do that, I'll tell them, I don't care if the toilet's leaking, and I don't care if the lights don't work, and I don't care about anything. You know, if that's what you want,
We
that's
get-
what
we
I'll do,
get-
but these things, that has to,
Yeah.
stuff has to get fixed.
This is
Has to.
where not having a town manager hurts us, because they could go tomorrow, write to somebody and say, this is what has to happen.
well, this was supposed to be cleared up over a week ago. I'm
Right.
clearly.
Again, I had a discussion with Beth Keeling like 3 weeks ago on this, and she kind of said, well, you know, until that meeting, you guys still would be covering it. But I thought at the meeting they had when they were gonna,
And they unanimously decided to
Yes,
go
I
back
would've
towards
thought
the
that they would've
region.
already been in
So
the
this
process,
is,
so.
this is,
But, you know,
the communication I have today is inconsistent with what I'm hearing from you. I'll say that, and
I didn't talk to her.
So, with all that aside, it sounds like we will allow Beth, but who does Beth communicate to the work to be done, to the region?
yeah,
All right,
sure,
so,
Beth is gonna call Steve Essex and tell him that something needs to be done or fixed, and then somebody has to go there.
that sounds
what
like
you-
the,
That's what you're saying.
well, again, the school committee, that's their job, right? And
Right,
the
no.
superintendent's their job, it's really
I
not
don't
our
know if
job, we
that
got sucked
agreement
into
with the
it.
cost share and all of that has even been talked about. Is that all?
well, it'll be done because
know.
they voted unanimously at,
I
So
got
there's
that
6 of them,
part,
there's
but
only
did
3 from
anybody
Glocester,
talk
so.
to anybody that that's all set?
But officially, right?
I don't know if it's officially set, but, you know, just like you're doing stuff here, it's gonna be their responsibility. I would think the region can do that.
So,
Right, but,
if the region says, no, we haven't straightened everything out, then what happens?
Well, I think the school committee needs to have a meeting.
Yeah, especially-
And this, the school committee should have had a special meeting the day after the local.
So, I'm gonna call the region, tell Steve Essex that you got a problem at A building. Beth will continue to do her stuff and that with the health department, the water and custodians and all of that stuff will continue, cause that,
Well, for a certain time period, this isn't gonna be an open-ended thing, they have to take everything over, because that's
You know,
what's
because,
voted
you
on
know,
right
with
now.
the custodian stuff, we gotta have coverage, guys are out, you gotta call people,
See, that's,
all that
we should
stuff
have
has
This
to
is
happen.
the superintendent, this is nothing to do with the council, nor should it have anything to do with the
Right.
DPW right now. So we're gonna request a meeting here with a DPW, really, the superintendent, we're gonna,
yeah. So,
So Gary still wants an answer.
Yeah,
Right.
you know, just tell me what you want me to do. It's, you know, I don't.
so
mind.
let's, I don't even know what to tell you to do, like,
That's fine with me, if that's what you want me to keep things going until you guys get it all straightened out, that's fine with me, but, you know.
Yeah, I'll speak with the superintendent and Beth Keeling tomorrow. I'll try to get in touch with them and see what's going on.
it's gonna be resolved by next week. It should have been already resolved, but it needs to be resolved by next week, because we can't keep
So
going like
we'll keep
this.
it just like it is, and then next week we'll know.
Because this causes
Yes or
a
no.
problem, not just for Gary and scheduling, but also like for pay and things like that, so.
guys in the
Take it away
union
from
for
what
the
they need to be
DPW
doing.
up at the school that they're not authorized to work at, based on the school committee's vote.
Well,
This is nuts.
I got that, but things need to happen, so.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
No, I think we keep that motion on there. That's the,
Mr. President, members of the council, I suggested you just continue both of these matters to Wednesday, your special meeting, and that'll give you time to find out, or at least you could then issue a letter, you know, informing the school that you, as of such and such a date, will no longer be participating in the agreement. At least you want to give some sort of formal correspondence to that effect, instead of just, I don't think, is it gonna matter between now, today's Thursday and Wednesday, whether you
No,
vote
it's true,
tonight
yeah,
or
yeah, it's true.
Wednesday, vote on, I'm just suggesting that you vote on Wednesday, so your DPW director is at least operating with some support by an agreement that you have in effect.
Till Wednesday.
I'll withdraw my second.
Okay?
I don't know who made the motion.
So,
Well, do we need to withdraw the motion even for, Gary Graff,
That's
the
what I
position?
yeah,
That's my recommendation. I think you need to have some sort of concrete communication with the school. If it's nothing more than a letter from the council saying, please be advised, these agreements are terminated as of such and such a date.
Who's gonna write that?
Whatever, if the council votes, I'll do it.
Okay.
If that's what you're concerned about, but you tell me what date you wanna say that. You wanna wait till Wednesday, you wanna tell me tonight? I'll draft it up and you'll have it Wednesday. Or can you designate someone, whoever's gonna be contacting with the school department, so they can let me know, and then I'll generate a letter for you?
I'll contact the school department.
At least have somebody making that contact, and then tell me that, you know, they've agreed that, if you get an agreed date, then we can just send a letter of confirmation, and then Wednesday you can vote to terminate these agreements, one or both.
So we'll add that to
So-
the agenda on Wednesday.
so will the council designate somebody to contact the superintendent?
Right.
Or whoever needs to be contacted to say, look, we're looking to terminate this needs to be handled, we're gonna vote on this Wednesday, it needs to be handled before then.
Yeah,
That-
but I think they've already terminated.
The problem is the school committee has done what they've done, and somewhere there is a major disconnect of communication. The superintendent, the DPW, and our two elementary schools.
Right, because the agreement we're terminating here is not with the schools at all, it's with.
But it affects the schools,
It's-
right? It's
yeah,
gonna
that's-
mean that the schools will not have a.
One position
have a-
is empty,
a
one is,
leak fixed.
Right.
John's the guy?
I just don't think a couple of days is gonna matter.
No,
No, it's not, yeah.
we wait till Wednesday, that's fine.
You know, the fact that we have a meeting Wednesday works.
Yeah.
We'll have John contact the school.
That's fine with me.
Yep.
Fine with me.
Do we need to vote on that?
No, I mean, if you wanna authorize Councilman Burlingame to contact the school, you can do that, and then he'll contact me, he'll tell me what to generate for this council, for you to vote on Wednesday. So, I mean, he'll whatever that is. It might be, you know, we've agreed, or we didn't agree, or just send them a letter. There's no agreement with them at all, and he says, just send them a letter, I'll prepare a letter for you.
So moved.
And I should be withdrawing my previous motion
At least, I would say until
until
Wednesday.
Wednesday, all right. So I'll withdraw my motion to terminate the MOA between the town of Gloucester and the DPW union NAGE, which was adopted to provide certain maintenance and supervisory services to Gloucester School Department, to be done by the building and grounds supervisor.
Second?
Second.
He was withdrawing that.
Yeah, he's withdrawing that.
You don't need a second. So, quick question though, so when we originally had an agreement with the school, we need to find that agreement and what it was too, we need to,
Well, do we, or does
well,
school committee?
school committee came to us, I did, on the school committee, came to you, and you guys agreed to it, so I don't know if there was something that we wrote up and signed, do you remember?
You mean for
The
Gary's
original thing
position.
for Gary's position, when we made the agreement that the town was gonna take over that maintenance. That agreement's, I think, the one that we gotta find too.
That shouldn't be too
I
hard.
don't think there was more than a vote, but
It might just
we
been a
could
vote,
check
I'm
the
not sure.
record.
If you
on
check the
that.
record
Look,
on
I
that.
wasn't here then,
There
oh, I
is
might
an
have been here.
actual agreement.
There
Yeah,
is,
there is.
yeah, so we need to,
It's in your packet.
Oh, there is?
Both of them are there.
between the school committee and the town?
So
Oh, I know
ultimately,
what you're saying.
Those agreements are not
It's
between,
just between
those are the unions.
you and,
Yeah, that's the unions. I
Yeah,
thought,
no, there
was
was
there an
never
agreement
anything
between the
with the
town
school.
and the schools? Or was just that vote that said we
no,
could do it?
there was nothing between the town and the school.
Okay.
I think it was just a vote.
I don't even know how it got to this point. The school directly contacted Mr. Grass, as far as I'm concerned. I don't believe they ever came to the town council.
Originally? Originally I did, I went up to the town council. I stood and asked you
When
guys,
you were on the school.
when I was on the school committee. You guys said yes.
we said it made sense, yeah. It did.
It did. Saved a lot of money at the time.
So right now, our dilemma is, how do we have our DPW not do the work? How do they transition to make sure they have somebody when there's a problem to get?
They should have already transitioned.
They should have, but they
It should have already been done.
Yep.
So I don't understand why it wasn't. Again, I had a talk with the chair, so.
So we can't
I'll
leave the
speak to them
schools
both
hanging.
tomorrow.
so-
I'll speak to them both tomorrow.
Okay.
Should we still need a motion?
I'll make a motion to authorize Councilor Burlingame to speak with the superintendent and the school committee chair to work out the situation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
2, Laborers Union, International Union of North America, Local 1322, the union and the town of Gloucester approved by town council on 1/18/2024. Discussion or interaction.
I'll make a motion to table this memorandum of agreement between the town of Gloucester and Local 1322, intended to provide certain clerical services related to school maintenance for Gloucester School Department by the administrative aid in the town's Department of Public Works. Position in the union bargaining agreement, unit. Said agreement was authorized for signature by the town council on January 18th, 2024 to, what's Wednesday's date? 27th to March 27th.
Okay, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, new business. Consideration of special events. Sprint Enduro Bike Race, discussion and interaction. Proposed event scheduled to be held 104 Bungie Road on April 6, 2024. Council agreed to consider this application for a special events without a public hearing per code of ordinance, because the event is a repeat event at the same location. Discussion.
Any issues last year with it?
Yeah, I was gonna ask the captain if they had any issues.
Going back, I don't believe there was any issues. There may have been concerns, I know when the chief was here for the last meeting when this came up. Possibly either a property, so they're not taxing the rescue from town.
I think that's what they did last time.
Mhm.
Yep, and I don't believe there was any parking issues, so I don't recall anything going on. So the biggest thing would be to make sure they have some type of EMS services there.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you. Thank you, Captain. Motion.
Make a motion to grant the special event for the applicant, Hans Neff, on behalf of Future Aces by Hans for the Sprint Enduro races to be held on April 6, 2024 at 104 Bungay Road with the following stipulations. 1, the race shall be conducted between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. 2, no alcoholic beverages of any kind shall be consumed or allowed on the premise. 3, no overnight camping shall be allowed on the premises other than primitive camping for race participants. 4, anyone selling non-alcoholic beverages or food that is not prepackaged on the premises shall obtain the necessary licensing from the town with approval from the Rhode Island Department of Health when necessary. 5, adequate porta-johns shall be available. 6, an area on the premises to accommodate the parking of all vehicles of visitors and participants, etc., shall be available, such as to avoid the parking of such vehicles on nearby roads. 7, adequate liability insurance coverage at applicant's expense of at least $1 million shall be provided with the town of Gloucester, its functionaries, and all abutting property owners included as named insured. Such policies or certification thereof shall be submitted to the town solicitor for approval. Town solicitor may ask for additional amount of liability insurance cover after review of the interlocal trust recommendation at any time prior to the event. 8, the town of Gloucester and its functionaries shall include among those individuals and entities released in any release, waiver of liability, and indemnity agreement secured by the applicants. 9, applicant shall comply with applicable requirements and rules of the AMA, NETRA, and insurance carriers. 10, at the police chief discretion, a patrol officer detail may be assigned to the premises at the applicant's expense to assist in traffic control, the maintenance of good order, and compliance with these conditions. 11, an ambulance or a rescue vehicle, in addition to 2 emergency medical techs, shall be available on the premises at the applicant's expense.
Okay, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good luck this year. The Economic Development Commission, review ARPA funds availability, consider approved allocation for proposed project for EDC, place branding, discussion or action. EDC has done a few presentations to council on the place branding concept that the commission would like to implement. In July 2023, after a presentation by members of the commission and the council approved the EDC seeking RFPs for a company with place branding expertise. Funds were penciled in, but no motion was made to formally reserve funds. The amount discussed was $25,000. After the RFP was processed, it was determined that all qualified bids were higher than the amount discussed as a possibility from ARPA funds. The commission would like to rebid the project and would like to have funds formally committed before considering moving forward. Discussion.
Thank you. You kind of stole some of my thunder, so, but we've been here a couple times, you know this, you just said it, but I want to kind of remind everyone why this proposal was originally made. So the EDC was approached 2 years ago, and we were asked to submit a project, something that fell within our charge, by which ARPA funds might be expended. The idea of a place branding initiative was brought to the council for consideration due to the fact that the Chepachet Village Revitalization Plan very specifically calls out the need for implementation of marketing programs within the sections of its economic development on page 11, page 18, and page 19. Under that specific direction provided by the revitalization plan, along with the fact that the project seems directly in line with the spirit of the American Rescue Plan Act, a place branding project was submitted for consideration for ARPA funds. So the plan was brought to council 2 years ago. We asked for $25,000 that Will just mentioned. It's 0.8% of the total ARPA allocation that the town received, so less than 1% of our total ARPA allocation. It was logged as Project 15, and the vote was continued a number of times, tabled a handful of times, sorry. We're here again tonight asking for the same. We firmly believe in the value that a place branding initiative would provide to the town. We see the allocation of funds to this project as making a small investment in an effort that will allow constituents of the town to establish and control the narrative around who Gloucester is. Solidify and memorialize the rural character of the town that we all value and want to preserve. This will allow potential new residents, potential new visitors, potential new businesses, etc., to see our brand and easily gain a conceptual understanding of not just what Gloucester has to offer, but what Gloucester wants to offer, and know if they're a good fit for us or not. This project would also be directly in line with the town's comprehensive plan and the EDC's charge, which sets out an economic development goal to, quote, encourage economic development that aligns with the town's rural character, end quote. This place branding project does this by memorializing that rural character into a brand that our entire community would have a say in establishing. All that being said, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge my own awareness of where the majority of the council seems to stand on this. I appreciate the transparency there, but for the town to spend $0 of ARPA funds on an economic effort is a little bit confusing to me. That's kind of all I have to say. I fully and respectfully anticipate that at least one person is about to join me up here with a dissenting opinion, which I have every respect for. But I also hope that dissension is kind of inclusive of, maybe for the sake of productive conversation, maybe concrete examples of how we might otherwise use $25,000 or 0.8% of our allocation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Walter Steer, 1318 Putnam Pike. I appreciate all the work. I've been here a lot of meetings, and you people have been here a lot of meetings, and I would have liked to see what the RFP was, exactly what they were going out for. If we're just going to do a warmer, cooler thing, like the state did, I think we got, it comes down to, I think we have better places to spend $25,000. That's all it is, you know, the budget board's gonna be presenting a budget after this item, and, the last 2 years, we've been taxing the maximum amount, and maybe this money could be used for capital projects, or some other ways. I think it would be a better use. I don't know if this group has gotten in touch with the schools or any colleges. I know I know the high school has an art program. And, I don't know if they have all the expertise you're looking for, but maybe a college does have people that would have expertise to put something together. Because I don't know what the bids came in at, but if they were way over, we may not be going to get anywhere near what we thought we were going to get from the beginning. That's all I have.
I can comment on that just quickly, and I also have the RFP with me if you wanted to take a look. But the bids did come in high. I think we talked about this last time. I wasn't here, but I watched, it was spoken about last time. They were more in the $50,000, $70,000 range, but what the RFP lacked was any sort of limit on what we could spend, so we kind of got everybody's like Disney package, I guess, so they kind of came in with their best, and why wouldn't they? But when we were doing the initial research for this project, we were granted a sort of like pro forma proposal that was $25,000, and it had in it everything that we wanted, and we could fill sort of gaps in there that were included in the Disney packages, I guess.
This is obviously a commission that I near and dear because it's one of the first ones I was in with Ashley, when Jay Forge was still with us. You know, there's a misconception that it's just a sign. It's a logo. It's not. It's obviously a lot more than that. You know, this would hopefully drive people from out of town to come here and shop. I own a retail store here. Many other retail stores here in Gloucester. A lot of people travel from out of towns to get here. You know, I think one of the problems that we have right now is we've had 2 years of exceptional high taxes in the town, and the people been hammered for the last 2 years. We're hoping to get that right this time around and kind of fix the, you know, Gloucester doesn't really have a spending problem, we have an income problem. And because I'm in retail, right, I advertise to other communities to come into Gloucester. And this is just that exact thing, but on a much larger scale. And anytime you go to any kind of agency, you're gonna get the Disney package, because obviously they're looking at, you know, big dollars to try to get people to drive over different town lines. So I think that that's where we get the disconnect, because, you know, when people say $25,000 to go to a sign, or $25,000 to go to our roads, and using ARPA funds to try to facilitate, that's where the disconnect, I think, happens, even though we know it's a lot more than just a sign. But for the average person in Gloucester, who doesn't either own a retail store or understand that, you know, we're a town that, you know, we have a lot of stores in town. You know, we have a lot of antique shops. We have hopefully an ice cream shop soon, and you know, we have a bike shop in town. I don't know how many people don't know we have a bike and skateboard shop in town. That drives me absolutely crazy, because I know that I've taken my kids there and I bought 3 bikes. I bought 3, you know. And what you guys are looking to do is to help let more people know that we have all those things. So again, I think that we always get to that sticking point where, like, everybody's been like kicked already, and, you know, they can't get over the $25,000 could go to something else. I'd like to hear what everybody else has for comments on that.
Could you share some of the ideas that these companies have come up with for the branding?
Yeah, all the proposals are in the finance office. They're very lengthy proposals. What they involve is a lot of research. They involve a lot of community engagement, focus groups, survey development, aggregation of all that data, development of options for what we're saying, our signs, but, you know, it's logos, it's digital media, it's translating that in different ways. It's coordinating the selection of a direction to go in, and then it's providing guidance plans on how to use that, whether it's wayfinding signage in the village, whether it's advertising campaigns for the businesses as a whole, providing just any sort of direction in which we could use that. So it's a lot of engagement, it's media, it's marketing plans going forward. Some of the plans included specs for actual concrete deliverables, such as the signs and stuff like that, but we wouldn't engage a firm for that kind of deliverable.
So I think, first of all, thank you for all the blood, sweat, and tears you and your group have put in over the years. And Ashley, I see you guys back there. I understand what you're trying to do. My sentiment, I think I said this 2 weeks ago, and that hasn't changed. My sentiment is I don't think we should obligate any ARPA funds until we have the final budget. That's just a blanket statement, so that's not, you know, that's just where I am.
Jane, you're here tonight. What do we have left in ARPA funds?
There's $115,339 that is not obligated.
It's not obligated.
There's a balance of 1.2 million something, but that is obligated.
Okay.
Right, so
So we still have 115,000 not obligated. So
Can I ask a question about just the terminology behind obligated? Does that mean it was voted on and approved? Or, okay, because I know that we had been earmarked for a project and obviously never voted.
but we don't have anything obligated for,
No.
okay. So, Steve, what is our thought process on what we're gonna do with the money?
Well, I mean, I think we need to see where the budget's landing. I think we need to see, you know, I mean, there may be something we could take out of operation, and use towards capital. I think there's a lot of things that can be looked at. I mean, we're gonna get the budget delivered to us from the budget board tonight with their recommendations, and then and we've got a few weeks here before the public hearing, and if anybody on the council has any proposed changes, and I just feel like that's my
I'm just
thought.
curious, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to, you know, because I know, like you said, it's been going through this for a couple
Tons
of
of
years.
work.
Even before I've been on the council.
Yeah.
And, you know, if we still have money there and it's not obligated, you know, when does that money have to be spent by?
We have,
2025?
yeah.
By January or by the end of?
I don't even know, but I don't think that would be an issue. I mean, our budget's gonna be, our final budget that will go to the voters, I mean, we're, you know, weeks away.
Yeah, no, I know, I'm just.
So,
Everything has to be allocated by December 2024 if it's ARPA funded.
If it's operating to be out, okay.
yeah, so,
So again, you know, they put a lot of work into it.
Tons.
You know, I just wanna know, you know, we have something that we have higher on the priority list, you know, what is it that we're thinking of? Or are we just saying, well, we don't want this done, we, you know, that's where I'm at. If it is a capital thing we wanna spend the money on, then hopefully at the budget, when they present the budget, they say, hey, you know, we can reduce the budget by X amount if we use some of these ARPA funds for it, if that's what's coming or not.
I think we should wait until we get the budget, but I do have a question. So we allocated 25,000 for your project,
We-
but
It was
No,
never
we did
voted on.
never.
It was
Okay, sorry.
earmarked with the project number.
we had discussed it.
Yeah.
And now these companies have come in with bids of 50 to.
Right, but that's what I was explaining before, where they come in with a bid that's over and above the services that we
So
need.
do you think you could get services for the 25,000?
Yes, we've seen a proposal for 25,000, it just wasn't under the official RFP process.
Thank you.
So, you know, I'd like to, again, if we're gonna be hearing from the budget board later on, we should, you know, if we're not gonna earmark the money coming out of this budget season, we really should consider this one more time for them.
I don't disagree, I mean, for me personally, I think we need to look at the budget, digest the budget, and, you know, and see if anything makes sense from the ARPA funds to, you know, to see if there's right pocket, left pockets, possibilities there. And I'm not saying this shouldn't be considered, I am saying I'm not comfortable obligating any ARPA funds to anything, any initiative, until we're satisfied with the budget.
Bernie, I have a question for you. It's kind of a random question, so please bear with me, but do you have any idea what your hit rate is, for lack of a better term, or how many people have visited the Glocester Economic Development site?
Yeah, so the services ended, but we used to receive statistics about it via email, and it kind of varies depending on the season. But sometime around Scarecrow Festival, we would receive up to like 150 hits a month or so. And then in down months, like 75 or so.
Alright, so
yeah, it varies.
it's less than 1,000 since its inception, probably, roughly.
Since its inception, no, and then it varies also too, because we post the events there. We had a lot of people hit on our events for candlelight shopping. When we posted them there, we had like, I think 1,000 hits alone on one of the events, which that's past the point where we've been receiving data on the hits, but just as an example for recently. What depends on what's posted up there, what we've got at the time.
Because I'm just thinking of ROI, you know, that's kind
Yeah,
of, because we
and
did
so
fund that too.
I did
so.
receive, through the RFP process, one reference back from the region of Monadnock, New Hampshire. So I reached out for a few references, and this woman used one of the companies. She attested to the fact that they were able to attain a total of $500,000 in grants post-developing their brand. So she was attributing that to her brand development for the region. She also said that she hears, and I wasn't a documented figure or anything, but all of the business comment on the fact that their foot traffic is higher post-brand implementation for the Monadnock region. So nobody's been able to put a number on it for ROI for us, but that was at least some really positive commentary that had kind of a dollar amount associated with it.
Thank you.
I got one more for you, sorry, thought I was, is it 25 or bust? Is some increment, or, you know, does 10 help you, or does that really get you nowhere? Without, just
So 25 gets us the research, which we don't have the expertise for. For the community engagement, the focus groups, they really go out and they dig into the town's history online. They come and they tour the town. They really dig in on research. And then the additional 10 gets us the brand and a plan to move forward. That's the bare bones of it. That's what we saw for 25.
okay.
To lose any one of those components,
Makes the others irrelevant.
less valuable. Irrelevant is a strong word, but.
Yeah. Understand. Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks,
yeah.
Thank you.
I don't.
That answered the question.
Okay.
Thanks.
So table this.
Say table it till the next.
Well,
I'd like to hear after the, we'll table it in next meeting, so I'd like to hear about the budget, and I also like to hear what we're doing going forward with the other 115,000. We got, March, 9 more months.
I would table this until, whatever the council, whatever the final budget is gonna be that's gonna go to the voters, I would table spending of any ARPA funds anywhere. Until we've had a chance to dig in on
Plug in a
that.
little insurance.
That's all, that's my thought. And I hate to do this, because you've been tabled more times than,
2 years.
Yeah. But I mean, truth be told, we're 4 weeks away or whatever it is, and that's what I'm feeling.
Can I just ask what the timing of that is, only because this would then
Yeah,
involve a
working on
rebid?
that.
Okay, like a rebid in that whole process, and then a contract, like signing a contract and everything like that, so like, if we have to be obligated by the end of December, I just wanted to.
All right, May 2nd.
I'll make a motion to table a set aside of $25,000 of ARPA funds for the Economic Development Place Branding Project until the meeting of May 2nd.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, proposed budget for FY 2024-25. Accept proposed budget for Budget Board for public hearing to be held April 22nd, 2024. Discussion or interaction per the Town Charter. The Budget Board presents council its proposed budget, second meeting of March.
Hi, I'm Mike Robinson on 103 Pine Ledge Road. I'm the chairman of the Budget Board. Hearing what I've just heard from the thing, I wish I had better news for you. I have a budget for you. The budget is on time, but as you all know, this was an incredibly difficult year for basically two reasons. The point person to put together a budget is the financial director, and we really didn't have one this year. And before I get into anything more than that, just in case you don't know who the Budget Board is, and don't feel bad, I lived in the town for 18 years and I'd never heard of it until someone recruited me to actually work on it. The Budget Board is comprised of 7 taxpayers who basically volunteer their time, no money, no political aspiration, with the task of putting together the town budget. And the work that goes into it starts in early January, and it's about 3 hours a week, every week, from then until just about now. And we literally scrutinize line by line every single item that goes into the budget. And we look at it as if it were our own. You know, we take a look and we're here to basically oversee the interests of the taxpayers. So, speaking for the taxpayers that we're looking for, first I want to extend a deep vote of gratitude. We all owe a vote of gratitude to Jane Steer and Beth Beltran, who basically pulled double duty, working in the absence of a finance director that literally made our meetings possible and allowed us to bring the budget to you today. And I would also like to thank the council members who supported us and came and you know, and helped us to do it. The budget is as good a budget as we could do under the adverse circumstances. In addition to having an absent director, you have to consider that the core inflation rate over the last 4 years has averaged about 4%. 4.57%. Now, the core inflation rate is meaningless in terms of the town if the major portion of your budget is building roads and the price of asphalt doubles. Well, 4% doesn't really apply to you. You've got to look at what the price of asphalt is. But we don't get into that, and I'm not going to get into too many numbers. I just want to basically say thank you to everyone and to let you know that we did get this done, and it was done on time. And we're going to present it to the council members tonight, and any members of the public who want to review the budget can obtain copies through the finance director's office.
Sarah?
While Mr. Robinson's handing those out,
Thank you.
I want to take a moment to thank Mr. Robinson and all the members of the budget board, because and
Thank you.
Jean and Beth, for all the time that they put in, 'cause it's a lot of hours, and as Michael said, it's volunteer, and it's a lot of work, and it's appreciated, so, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody have any other questions for me? Good.
I'll make a motion to accept the fiscal year 24-25 proposed budget from the Glocester Budget Board for a public hearing to be held on April 22nd of 2024.
Get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Again, thanks to the budget board. Lot of Monday and Wednesday nights, January through basically present day, so, huge gratitude.
Thank you. E, boards and commissions, resignation, discussion, or action. A, Economic Development Commission, 1 ad hoc non-voting member, term to expire 12/31/2024. Clerk has received the resignation of ad hoc Dan Lawton from the EDC. Can I get a motion?
Motion to accept with thanks the resignation of Dan Lawton from the Economic Development Commission.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 2, appointment, discussion, or action, Economic Development Commission, 1 ad hoc non-voting member, term to expire 12/31/2024. There's no recommendation from the chair at this time. Council can review talent bank or table. Are we looking for a motion to table?
Make a motion to table the appointment to the EDC for 1 ad hoc non-voting member position.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
B, Parade Committee appointment, 1 non-voting ad hoc member. The Parade Committee Chair has requested the appointment of a non-voting ad hoc member. Council has talent bank application in their packet. Can I get a motion?
Motion to appoint Glenn Reynolds to the Parade Committee to an ad hoc non-voting position.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. F, consideration, authorization of contract between Town of Gloucester and George Sansucci and Associates. Council's received and reviewed an agreement from Sansucci Associates to continue working with the Town of Gloucester by providing annual valuations, updating, reevaluating services, general consulting, and as necessary, follow-up to work relating to FM Global Research Campus for a 5-year period. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to authorize the town council president to sign a contract between the town of Gloucester and George E. Sansucci, P.E. LLC, doing business as Sansucci Associates for annual valuation updating, revaluation services, general consulting, and as necessary follow-up work relating to FM Global Research Campus for the period of January 1, 2024 through December 31, 2028, 5 years. Said contract compensation shall be based on a time and material basis pursuant to a rate sheet made part of the contract.
Okay, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
G, bids and purchases, bid extension, discussion interaction. Council has received a request from the DPW director for the following. March 12, 2024, to Honorable Town Council from Gary Tremble, Public Works Director. Bid extensions. Bid extensions were requested from the vendors on the following 2 bids. IFB 2001-10 low sulfur diesel and gasoline. IFB 2024-01 hot mix asphalt. Both vendors have agreed to extend the bids at original pricing and conditions. See attached bid extension agreements. I'm requesting that these bid extensions be approved. Thank you, Gary Tremble, DPW. End of memo.
Make motion to extend the IFB 2001-10 low sulfur diesel and gasoline at the original bid price of at a original bid price at a price of 85 cents a gallon over, or 0.085 cents a gallon over cost to May 31, 2025.
Okay, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All, motion passes. IFB 2024-01 hot mix asphalt. Can I get a motion?
Make a motion to extend IFB 2024-01 hot mix asphalt at the original bid price of hot mix asphalt, 3 inches compacted at a price of $119 and 4 inches compacted at a price of $119 per ton in place. Tack coat 65 cents per square yard, and $8 linear foot for berm to June 30th, 2025.
Okay, a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Authorization to seek bids, discussion and interaction, RFP for payroll services. Council's received a request from the interim finance director to seek bids for payroll services. The director has indicated the current contract expiration is coming up this year.
I'll make a motion to authorize the acting finance director to begin the RFP process of obtaining pricing for payroll services.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Authorization for EDC to rebid place branding, discussion, interaction. As discussed earlier, the Economic Development Commission has requested permission to rebid their place branding project. These bids received in the first bid process exceed cost expectations.
Make a motion to table the authorization to rebid RFP 2024-01 place branding to the date we tabled it to.
May 2nd.
To May 2nd.
Okay, second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
H, personnel, appointments, discussion, interaction, senior center substitute meal site coordinators. Council's received a request to appoint Pearl Benoit as the fill-in for meal site coordinator. The director stated that the candidate is a member of the center and has 7 years of recent food service experience. Can I get a motion?
Motion to appoint Pearl Benoit to the position of substitute meal site coordinator on and as need basis to be paid at the hourly rate of $16. Said position is not eligible for benefits effective March 22nd, 2024.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Disposition of structure on town property, 1272 Putnam Pike, discussion or action. I asked to put this back on just for the fact that we've got a building in town that's possibly be unsafe. We talked about, some outsider coming in and taking over the building. But at the same time, we still have an unsafe building in town. I guess we can table this maybe till after the budget.
Well, I mean, I think, so I had put it on months ago, and we heard from some people, that wanted to see it preserved, and as well as some people here on the council. So, I haven't brought it back, only because since then, nothing new has been proposed.
Right.
So, you know, it seemed like a lot of people said they had a lot of ideas, haven't heard a new proposal, not ready to jump the gun on anything here. I guess, according to our DPW director, we're still okay with it just kind of existing over there. But, at some point, we're gonna have to make a decision on this, so encourage anybody either on the council or people who are here in the audience that night, if you have a proposal, please bring it to us, and we'd love to put it on the agenda and have a conversation. I think everybody's heart is in it, but when you walk through that, and when your town planner, who's one heck of a talented person, essentially got shut down from her resources, at some point, we're gonna have to make a decision on this. It can't just simply exist there
Linger.
forever, so.
Well, I think David also said that we need to have a public hearing if we're gonna dispose of it anyway, so maybe we should.
And that's fine, but
It might be the next step, Steve, is to get that public
Sure.
hearing and get some more.
Sure, maybe some of these ideas that people had bubble up and we have something to consider, but right now, I haven't heard anything that's gonna carry.
Well, maybe we set a date certain for anybody that has proposals for that building to get it to the council, and then from there,
We set a public hearing.
set a public
That's a
hearing.
great idea.
I agree.
I do too.
August 31st. Yeah.
Yeah, it's after the
I
budget.
think the historical committee is looking into that. I know Charlie had some ideas on that, so definitely get in touch with them, and hopefully they'll be here at that meeting.
Well, they have to bring it to us, so we can't go looking for things here.
Right, so,
Whatever the
again,
proposal
if
is,
there's a proposal, let's bring it, let's get it on the agenda and
we'll
talk about it.
and see.
So what do you wanna make the date, sometime in August, when we'll,
One sooner.
Wanna do,
Because
Are we
July
good?
and August, we're gonna talk about if we wanna do a summer schedule or not. so.
right. Let's just do August, because I think August we all come back, right? I think
I'll
usually
be
it's
away.
July.
I'll be away 1 week in August, so I mean, that's, I'm one person. I can always get the information,
that'll give people a lot of time, and
Yeah.
it's months still to.
because that's not something you just say, hey, I wanna do this,
Right.
Yeah.
People are gonna plan whatever they're gonna plan.
When we do the last, when we do August, we're here.
Or just say the first meeting in August,
It's
and
the
whatever
first.
that date falls, then.
The first?
So that's fine.
The first meeting in August.
Perfect, first meeting in August.
So bring the ideas,
Bring the ideas by
proposals.
that date.
And obviously, you can bring them before, but
Yes.
no later than that.
Do we have to, is that gonna be a motion?
I don't
Yeah, I
so.
think I'd have to
Yeah,
make
can we get a motion
to
then?
date certain,
It's not even a date certain, it's just a meeting,
first meeting.
first meeting.
I just think that you'll need to, if you, besides stating it tonight, you may wanna have some sort of posting on your website or something that
Maybe on the
says,
town website.
that's saying the council is going to, is encouraging, ideas about the property to be brought by a certain date instead of it just being in your minutes tonight.
Perfect.
I like that.
Yep.
Can that get on our website?
Should we wanna wait till August?
Whatever, I mean, just some sort
Gives
of
people
notice
more
for the
time to
council.
fill
Time.
out.
Cheryl, you said they've been working on it for a little while, right, the Historic Commission?
Well, I know that Charlie was speaking with some people that he knew. I haven't spoken with him recently regarding that. I will go to their committee meeting and discuss it with them.
I think giving them, that's plenty of time. Again, Gary, you said that the building's not falling down yet, right? So, yeah.
Perfect.
So, I think it gives people plenty of time.
Yeah.
Need a motion? Make a-
you want a motion to some sort of notice on your website that by the first, council's gonna consider all proposals by the, in the first meeting?
First meeting of August,
Of August.
whatever day that happens to be.
Yeah, I make a motion to post on the town website, that the town council will be making a motion, that will be
Consider
making,
all
Consider all options.
consider all options for the property over near, field, thank you.
A second?
Meeting is the first.
Yep.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, legislation update, discussion interaction. The clerk has been forwarding legislative updates to the council and department heads as receiving, inviting anyone with input to share with town council. Council can choose to include this in the monthly additional to the agenda or choose another option, stay connected. I've been, really enjoying these.
Well, I think
It's a lot of information.
there's a lot of information because
Doesn't pertain. to
whatever the
us.
state legislature didn't finish last year by hammering the top cities and towns, it seems like they're trying to do it this year. So, I think it's important. Karen forwarded us all a lot of things that are going on right now. She submitted, our thoughts to the League of Cities and Towns on those. Most of those have to do with zoning and, affordable housing, et cetera. I think we should have an agenda item, at least through the legislative session at the State House. So when things do come up, we can discuss it. And if there's anything that we want to reach out to our legislators about, to say, hey, we're really concerned about this, we get that out there.
I'm in favor.
I also agree.
It's, what our town planner had to boil down for all the legislation is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages to get to, I don't know, I think it was 15 to 20 pieces of legislation that we've
That's
felt
just right
like
now.
the current right now, that we felt that the town of Gloucester's position should be heard. And so I want to thank her because there's not enough time in the day to go through what she boiled it down to is really incredible. And again, this goes on the theme, having the League of Cities and Towns here, that you can't just broad stroke legislation for Providence and Gloucester or whatever two different towns are, different challenges. So I love this idea to formally be heard on a monthly basis or on a regular basis while the legislators in.
I mean, that may be a
To
week.
state our position.
Right. There might be a time when there's no new legislation. I find that hard to believe between now and then, but it could be. But we should at least have it on here so we can discuss things and take action if needed be.
I agree.
Make a,
Ready for motion?
Yep.
make a motion to amend the town council regularly scheduled agenda by adding the following item: legislative updates, discussion, and/or action.
I got a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town council correspondence discussion. Anybody wanna?
I've got one thing. We had the regional budget meeting on Tuesday, and I think it's one of the most lightly attended sessions I've ever seen at the region. I think there were 11 people from Glocester, and that included the people who were on the school committee, the town clerk, the people who were running the polls. Glocester, I think it was 56 maybe, or 46. I think there was 57 total.
It was
46.
It was 56 total, and I think 35 people from Gloucester voted.
Okay.
So including, like you said, the police that were there, the poll workers,
Yeah. And
on
so-
3/4 of our entire budget, 35 people.
Right. So, and I'm looking around the room, and there was probably 7 people, including people up here. 7 people from the town of Gloucester, including Mr. Martin, were there for that. So, what's concerning about that is, A, nobody showed up to vote on millions of dollars, but secondly is, if you don't show up, the budget can change. So it could be somebody could say, I wanna cut $500,000, I could add $500,000. And there's nobody there to ask questions and everything, so it was disappointing to see the turnout. You know, we actually caught $21,000 in the budget that they moved. So, the other thing I was concerned about too is they used $150,000 in fund balance towards operations, which is obviously a terrible thing. Actually, that's where they're gonna move the $21,000 to, but those are the types of things that, you know, we just need to be aware of, because there's gonna be a lot of scrutiny on our budget, but what people have to understand is the regional budget, once that's set, which it already is, and we have a 4% cap we have to adhere to, we only have so much money to work with for the municipal and the elementary schools. So sometimes I don't realize that people understand the importance of that meeting. And, you know, I hope people understand that if we have to make tough decisions here with the town budget. So, which I think we're gonna have to. The budget board has already worked very hard to come up with that. So, those are just my observations, so.
Anybody else? All right, department head reports, any department heads?
That's okay, go ahead. I'm actually here not so much with a report, but for a request that the council add an appeal date for Peter Fiore's property on Pine Orchard Road. I believe we do have a state law that absent a board of assessors, a board of assessors or a panel of assessors, you know, we have a board of review here. The council can step in and hear the appeal. I've gotten a lot of pushback from my current board of review, so I am essentially without a board right now. So I'm requesting that there be a date, and if we do it on a meeting day, I would probably say maybe make the meeting a little earlier, because it can take time.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Well, it's fine, but we can't take action today.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Well,
Just to add it on the budget for, add to the agenda for
We'll work
next.
towards that.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks, Jess.
George Kane, I'm speaking for John, John for Human Services, just to announce there'll be a food drive Sunday from 10 to 12 at the Dino's. A combination effort by the police department, which is greatly appreciated, and the Department of Human Services. We wanted to extend this thank you for the continued support from the Glocester Police and from the people of Glocester. Thank you.
Thank you.
Evening, how's everyone?
Good.
Last week, I was contacted by a member of the Foster Town Council that was seeking some confirmation that we were going to be continuing on with our Memorial Day services. I wasn't certain if the council wanted me to continue in the same path that we established last year. Also, I guess the other piece that would have to be discussed is the funding of the various items for the parade. I don't think that's something we can do now. I don't know if it has to get on the agenda, but I figured I'd put it on your radar.
Yeah, we did that last year.
Yeah, we did.
The bands.
Yeah. Do you remember approximately what the budget was last year, Bob?
I'm pretty certain it was $1,200 for the busing, and then the wreaths were somewhere between, I think it was $500 and $800.
So
but
roughly $2,000-ish.
I think that I was capped at $2,500 last year, and I could probably do it again for that. I just wasn't certain if I should start with my budget funds or if we should be going directly towards council funds.
And forgive me, I don't know, but with your recreation budget, did you include that this year, or no?
That's something that I did not include in the budget request.
Because I think we funded that
Out of
contingency.
Correct.
And sounds like we may have to do that, because we cannot not let that happen. That has to happen.
Yes.
That event has to happen.
I would agree.
so maybe we put it on next agenda.
Next agenda.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Bob.
Appreciate
Besides that, everything else is great?
Love and life.
Perfect. 12 feet of snow, what's happening?
Hello again.
Let us know.
Two things. First of all, you may know, you may not know, I found out yesterday that FEMA informed us yesterday that the president has signed a disaster declaration for the December and January flooding in parts of Rhode Island and one of them is Providence County, so that's us. I know we've had a number of people that had flood damage during those two storms. They came out when we were registering people for the September disaster. Just want to make everybody aware that they're going to be putting up manning disaster recovery centers. I have a conference call tomorrow to discuss with FEMA and the rest of the communities where they're going to be. We had a short-term one here. We're going to try and get one in this area, maybe here, or at least close. And then I'm going to put it out on social media, Code Red and so forth, letting people know, hey, we got the declaration. If you have damage due to flooding from those two storms that's not covered by insurance, now's your time. The other thing is, since somebody brought up legislative affairs, I found out recently that there's a Senate bill that's trying to work on the homeless problem. And I think it's a little misguided. So what this bill is, it's 2024-S2405. It's a Senate bill.
Is that state Senate, Jerry?
State,
Okay.
yes. It basically says that this shall be the purview of emergency management. Which, okay. First of all, Rhode Island Emergency Management is wholly underfunded and undermanned. So they're not going to be able to do it. But it further goes down to local emergency managers and a thing called Code Blue. So if the bill passes, the state can say, this is a Code Blue time frame. If it goes below 32 degrees or the wind's too high or if it's raining too hard or snowing too high. And the way it's written, every municipality has to open up a shelter 24 hours a day for as long as that Code Blue is in existence. All right? And provide cots, blankets, They have not thought about this.
And I'm sure they're not funding it either.
No, I don't see anything in here about funding. So I just want to recommend, technically, I mean, I've made some calls, but technically, because part of my salary comes from a grant, I can't go up there and lobby.
What was the number again? Senate S?
2405.
2405.
S2405, it's 2024. It's a Senate bill. So I would ask that the council consider opposing this bill at this point unless they rewrite it.
Well,
Or come up
staff,
with money
locations.
come up with money to actually do what they want to do here.
That's another.
I don't think the state emergency management will be able to handle it.
Another example of one size doesn't fit all.
Correct.
Which they're trying to do with everything at the State House. Because I don't think that, my personal opinion, I don't think they put a lot of thought into many of these bills that they're being pushed for, the unintended consequences.
I thought that they came up with a department to work on that, and they did appointed some kind of a czar to work on that. But apparently that's not working, so they decided, let's throw it onto emergency management. This is not an emergency it is an emergency problem, but it's not an emergency problem like hurricane or that. This is a constant problem, countrywide. And doing what they're doing here is not, I don't think it's the answer. That's my personal opinion.
Yep.
Thank you.
Do you know when the bill is being heard?
don't.
I'll check it out.
I
Right
assume
now,
it
I
has to
think-
go, it will have to go to the House after that, so.
It's, I believe it's tabled for further review right now.
It is, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
But that doesn't mean it can't get pushed before June 30th. Any other department heads? Boards and commissions? Open forum. Yes? Come on up again.
Very active.
He's got his Fitbit on.
Okay, it does.
Walter Steer, just to follow up on Walt's comments about the financial meeting, he discovered, their big burners haven't worked this year. I don't think they're ever gonna use them again. Yet they budgeted, between the high school and the middle school, they budgeted $39,000 for wood chips. So Walt identified that, but then they said, well, won't spend as much on balance, which he could have made a motion to cut the budget by that amount, but it wouldn't have passed anyway, so,
Yeah, a lot of teachers out there.
well,
35.
that's why, you know,
Wouldn't
that's
have
why it's important to go to the meetings, you know, something like that, they made a mistake. And, who knows what else it could have been in there, so it's important to go to these meetings. And another question, how are we coming with Factory Mutual? The taxpayers have taken a hit for the last 2 years on that, over $800,000 in taxes. Is that gonna be settled for this new budget? If it is, when are we gonna find out?
Tax bills are going out.
Possibly going out, yeah.
Tax bills are going out.
They'll receive a
They'll
tax
receive a bill.
bill. It won't be the same as last year.
Is the final valuation
For
for
which year
them?
are they getting a tax bill?
I'm sorry, what was it?
For which year are they getting a tax bill?
Coming up.
Coming up here.
When we all get the new tax bill, they'll get a new one.
Oh, for the new budget?
Yes.
Is it at least as much as what they paid before?
Can't really
Can't
discuss
use
that.
Can we discuss that yet, maybe?
I don't think the tax rate's been set.
No,
Right,
she doesn't
yeah.
have it. As soon as you know
I'm
what
not
you're
talking
paying.
about the tax rate, I'm talking about the, the amount of money they're gonna pay.
Right.
They
As
were
soon
paying
as-
almost around 3 million.
As soon as you know what you're paying, you'll be able to look at
Yeah.
their tax bill too.
So once the tax rate is set, you'll know what their bill is.
We
I can't, that's all I can say.
No way to know what it bill, they don't until you set
But
it.
it is settled.
the new valuate, the new,
Yes.
yes, the
You have an
new,
evaluation of their
We have a
Well, it's
valuation
complete.
and we're sending them a tax bill on that,
Okay.
on that valuation.
All right.
Anybody else? All right, can I get a motion for executive session?
I'd like to add a motion to for executive session for discussion only. So I'd like to seek to convene and close the executive session pursuant to RAGO 42-46-5A2, sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, or work sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation.
Got a second? Can I get a roll?
Councilor Greathouse?
Aye.
Councilor Steer?
Aye.
Councilor Burlingame?
Aye.
Councilor Arnold?
Aye.
Councilor Whitmore?
Aye. Take a 5-minute back in?
Oh,
Not yet. I don't see the camera on.
not yet.
They coming running?
Coming.
I don't see the green
The
light.
sound's on.
Then they flood back
Yeah,
into
be
the
careful
chamber.
opening that door.
All home sleeping.
It's coming.
That's the number there, 72851?
That's the number, that's the 4 all in.
Okay.
All right.
I'll make a motion to reconvene to open, wait a minute.
I'll make a motion to reconvene open session, disclose that no votes were taken in executive session, and to seal the minutes of closed executive session.
Second.
Hey, get a call,
Roll call.
roll call, please.
Counselor Greathouse?
Aye.
Counselor Steer?
Aye.
Counselor Burlingame?
Aye.
Counselor Arnold?
Aye.
Counselor Worthy?
Ooh, that's
Aye.
a deep eye.
I'll
Alright.
make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, second.
Second.
All
I
in
think
favor?
it's an
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Aye.
I
Nay.
got 106.
Wow, it
Still
is
got
a lot
51
louder
minutes.
out here.
Aye.
Yeah.
We still got 51 minutes.
I never noticed how much louder.
All right, troops,
10 o'clock?
That's it.
we
Yeah,
survived
she was
another one.
randomly select.